Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're all doing well. Just currently getting some things up and running real quick, so just be a couple of seconds. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. So that is up. Okay. Oh, okay. Just getting that. Okay. That's up and running. Just want to see one last thing. Oh, hello, hello. This. Okay. So that seems to be it. Okay. Where is it? There you are. Okay. Honestly, I kind of forgot where I was at the last time. So, kind of forgot a bit. So, let's see. once this loads up. Yeah, so I know I haven't been streaming for like quite a while, but as one can obviously tell, I've been working on the algorithms and all. So finally, since I got that over and done with, though it's not all of them. No, God, no. It's if we are talking about all of them, I still have like 50 left to do. But yeah, I have like 50 of them, and they're all success related. And this is not even taking account of like those that are like love and romance and all that. Yeah, so I still have a whole lot of work ahead. Okay. Let's see. Sheep's head. Okay. Let's see, has a wide forehead that resembles a lump. Okay. Come on. Oh God. Okay. Oh. No. Come on. Okay, well, I get that a shot. No. No. No, 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 no. Okay, might as well get all three of you attention. Three attentions. Okay. No. No. Dang it. Okay, where? Come on. Okay. Let's see. This is going to be a while. god. No. Just don't mind me. It's like I have taken down many of those, but I generally just do not want to deal with that. Of course, there's a one right there. And I don't have any... Like, if I have any bullets on me, I honestly wouldn't mind at all. I know I got a new gun and all, but... Of course, there's yet another. Okay, so 1 tiger, 2 sawheads, or long saw nose, or whatever the hell it's called again. Let's see. Not the one I wanted to use. I can promise you that. No. Okay, well, there is that. No. No. Okay, well, I'm just wasting bullets at this point. No. Let me just grab your attention at least. Okay. Right here. Okay, now this one, might as well. I seen an oxygen tank where? Okay, was I near one? Come on. Okay, at this point I'm getting desperate. Call pad, call pad. Where's the pads? This is... I really messed up here. Wait, what's this? Here it is. Come on. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can you grow cucumber in your patches? Bro, why would anyone want to grow something that tastes that horrible? Cucumber does not taste horrible. It has a fresh aftertaste. I don't understand. It's either nutritious or it's neither nutritious or... I do have some cucumber seeds though. If you really want them, I'll add them to the list. Hey. Okay, well. It sounds of water, the insects, and here feels like a beat something. Sometimes I should make this into a song of one of these days. Hip hop is not good at glamorous the city life. Okay. Okay, go to the fish farm. Let's see. Let's check on... in the kitchen one. 2. One. Kitchen. No. 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 Okay. There's not many that I can do that. Same thing. Yeah. Okay. Go to the boat. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Flamefish. So, bright red and orange, but bluish parts. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm going to have to get a couple tiger sharks. So you, I don't need as much. Oh, there you are. That was a lot quicker than I expected. Honestly, what is this part even for? And no. Okay. Okay, I know you're here. Are you more up or down? That's the real question. I think up. Yeah, it's there. Oh. That was a lot faster than I expected. Okay, well. Oh, that was a lot quicker than. Oh. Hmm. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. No. Okay. Oh. I think I need one of you. Come on, little sharky. I'm not going to hurt you. Okay. Are you kidding me? Okay. Let's see where to go. Oh, got that. Come on. Okay. Now. No. Damn it. be another shark. If so, I'm kidding it. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Got that. Let's see. There you are. No. No, 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 no. Finally. Okay. Okay. No. No lionfishes. Okay. Get that. No. No, 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 no. This is bad. Mm. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mm. Okay. There you are. That's what you get. Got some cuttlefish. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Make that 10. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, come on. Okay, come on. Okay. Not much of a waste. Okay. Available. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Well. Just gonna wet the soil first. Get a whole lot of chickens. Eventually, a whole lot of the rules as well. Let's see. Fainted? Oh, I know exactly where I need to go for that. Seaweed. Orange starfishes. Good. Arson, one egg. I need something that catches seahorses, and I can't seem to find that. squid. Honestly, not looking forward to see the hammerhead. I know I have to see it. Let's see. Stingrays, manta rays. Not a cuttlefish. I've seen it before, I just can't recall what it's called. It's gotta be the great white. And one of the reef sharks, that's for sure. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I was not. No. Come on. a little curious, honestly. So, what's most of people's opinions about fish? Personally, I do not like them in the slightest. Oh God. Okay. Hey, was that what I think it was? And I have no bullets. Finally. Okay. Why? Now, get out of the way! Oh my God. No, 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 no. forgot that they existed for a moment. Okay. Spider crabs. Where could Mac have gone? Hmm? Something wrong? Oh, human actually. Maro disappeared. I'm sure Maro went to the underwater lake. I'm sure. Underwater lake? It's a mystical and beautiful place. Tintin told us not to go, as there's a frightening monster there. The thing is, Maro said there's a crack that we could fix though. I didn't go because I was afraid to get scolded, but I think Maro went alone. What a troublemaker. Where is this place? It's closed off with the door in front of so that no one can get in. But there should be a guide sign nearby. The sign has a kind of writing on it. Please bring Maro back. Tenzin will be furious when he finds out. Okay, I'll try looking. A sign with the language of the sea. Okay, that's okay. So the underwater lake. Is the underwater lake like near the village, or is it something like outside? Like within it or outside? Oh, thanks to you, Dave, I'm able to open the restaurant again. It looks good. I don't want to call this repayment a bit, but I think for making food that human can eat. Hmm? Really, Mila? Hey, I'm a better cook than any other sea person. I'm sure my food will surprise even humans. I mean, I do need to experiment. Oh, I'll tell you when it's ready. Look forward to it. Let's look at the sign. Does it mean anything? Oh, God. Marble electric ray? Jesus. Hmm. Okay, I'll be back real quick. Hold on. Hello, hello. Realized I totally forgot to. I did something very, very dumb. No. So then that could have been avoidable, but I didn't do it. No. No. Yeah, that's the thing that I was kind of mentioning earlier. I forgot to hit pause, and as a result, surprise, surprise. Okay, just go back. As a method to save myself. Okay, going back. Let's see if this changes anything. Oh my gosh. Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, found a cheat code. Or cheat method, really. No Mega Mouths, please. Those things are just nightmare fuel. Isn't that seaweed collector? It's in his leather pack sea turtle. What was the sea turtle's name again? I want to say Rafi? Leo, maybe? Oh god, it's not Mike. I know that for a fact. It's Donna. Yeah, Donna. I'm like so tempted to want to look it up. Oh. That's right, it was Donna, wasn't it? A giant sea turtle. Sea was running from the side. It was a picture on the wall. Not touching the seagull shouldn't be in the picture. To keep him out of the shot. Yay! Oh god. No, 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 no. Okay. Oh. Oh god. No, 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 no. Oh god, that one again. This must be the sign of the sea water lake and that sea children were talking about. Say macro wasn't returned yet, right? Maybe I'll follow a sign? Well, first thing first. Let me get that. Ah. Cat food. Okay, sing, go up, go up. Oh. Couple rocks are blocking the way. Looks like we need a pixel axe. Look around. Okay, well, that didn't help. Go back up. Didn't help either. Okay. Go back over here. What was that? Oh, no, 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 no. Go away. Was that thing trying to, like, charge at me? Shit's right above. Okay. What the hell? Oh, yeah. I know where the... Where is... Okay. Hmm. Okay. What do I do? Is this... I think that's it. Okay, great. All the rocks are gone now. Looks like the door can move quick. I should head inside of mine. Okay. Finally. Oh my god. Child, what have you gotten yourself into? Wow, this must be the underwater lake. I see the lake under the sea is really amazing. Maybe I should take a photo. Avoid fog. What was that sound? Please, kid, don't get captured by something, because I don't have any weapons to save you. Oh. A goblin shark. Oh, human, you come to rescue me! I'm here to rescue you, but what is that monster? I was just here to take a look at the lake. That's when... Of course the goblin sharks take a look at me. Yeah. That thing's a living fossil. This is a problem. Looks like I have to find a way. No. Oh, this is one. Again, what is with this thing? So, what is this supposed to do? Shit. Okay, well. Restart. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay, kid. Ooh, barely defeated it. Thank you, human. Why are you such a dangerous place? Well, I wanted to see the underwater lake. Get a load of all this, kid. Anyway, let's go back to the village. Maro, I was so worried about you. I'm sorry, I've been wanting to go. How was it? Was it beautiful? Was it really a lake in the water? I took a photo. Do you want to see it? Oh, it's amazing. Wow. I know you're disappointed, but be satisfied with the photo. There was a dangerous monster there. Okay. Anyways, thank you for saving me. I won't leave the village now. Okay. Well, Leaving the village for now. Oh, you bought a picture of something. Can I see? Wow, a leatherback turtle. Did you know that its back is actual leather? That's why it can't hide its head from its own shell. How sad. I'll put your photo to good use. I'll make sure our readers will love it. A photo all over the place. Thank you for the help. Keep in good work. Okay, let's start the day. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. What's up, Dave? What you doing? Good. You seem energetic today. Yeah, man. Can you come? Can you come to the chicken farm real quick? I got something to show you. Okay. 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 What's going on, Sammy? I was browsing the internet to buy a new instrument, and I found some awesome stuff to sell for a limited time, so I bought them just before the sale ended. Now you don't need to worry about coming to the chicken farm when you are busy. Awesome stuff? What exactly did you... Here it is! The first item, it is the egg storage box. The item can be kept up to 50 eggs. Now you don't have to collect eggs every day. You can just wait until it fills up and collect them all in one go. Wow. That's not all. Behold the chicken speeder. The machine automatically feeds your chickens and increases the eggs production rates. With these machines, you'll have an ultimate chicken farm. What do you think, Dave? They're amazing, but I guess they'll not free, right? Nope, it's best sort on cash since I'm preparing for a new album. But I'll bottom up a special discount. It was pretty much a steal. I don't think Sammy can say no as long as there's a discount. I'll hold on to them for now. Just tell me when you need them. I can install them for free. They seem pretty useful. I should think about it. You can purchase machines and help you run the chicken farm. If you purchase the egg storage box, you can store up to 50 eggs without harvesting them. You can use a chicken feeder to automatically feed your chickens. You can increase the egg production rates depending on the type of feed. Yes. Fish. Let's see. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay, oh my god. Okay, well. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. So I should get a Mega Mouth, but those things are terrifying, seriously. Oh, I think I need you still. Okay. 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 No. Just no. No, I prefer the machete. Machete. Okay, let's see. gosh. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Big boy. Ooh. No barracudas. Oh. Okay. do not know why I keep on pushing that button. No. Oh, there you are. Okay. Let's see. Okay. No. Okay. I'll just take my time. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Chapter 4. The Emperor Angelfish. I think I've seen those before. Let's see. What could this do? Okay. Okay, why am I doing that? Seriously. Let's see. You shall. Piece of wood. Okay. this up here. Okay, got that, got that. Got you. Okay. Let's see. Okay. And okay. Okay. Likely there's another shark down here. Hmm. Okay, I was mistaken. Okay, well, good for 3 shots then. I'm pretty much screwed from there, so. Stop getting in the way! Let's see, which one do I want to piss off first? You know, I'm going this way, so why not? Oh, more ammo. It's pretty powerful, but I'm not fond of the fact that it's like not many bullets for it. Let's see what's over here. Is this the electrical one? Okay, well, it's not electrical chain. Why not? Let's see. Oh. Come on. I saw a hidden like supposed to have some kind of code. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Get up. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I got blue sharks. Okay, come on. Okay, got that. gonna keep on getting those. Or these. Okay. Well, can't get any more now. Hmm. Honestly, I can't seem to find that fish that that little girl is looking for. Oh. Okay. I think that should be enough. Hmm. Huh. Another 4.5. Okay. Oh. I, okay. I think I'm gonna call that a day for now. We'll just get into this, well, the two parts of astrology portions. So just give me a moment real quick. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I gotta be right back. Okay, I am back. once again. Sorry about the delay and all. So, okay, so some people have been a little curious on the update on the algorithms or the AstroSignatures, as they're officially known as. So, I'm just going to show you just how some of these signatures work, why they work, what essentially they are telling me, and so forth. Um, just to let you know in advance, as I mentioned, these are earlier versions. So the algorithm only accounts for like the main basic planets that pretty much every single astrologer will use, the four main asteroids along with also Chiron. Those are the only points in the moment that it's going to take into consideration. But obviously, as I'm slowly upgrading and creating more algorithms specialized for each individual subject, they will start including the midpoints that's created from all the planets, even little planets in mid asteroids, planets Chiron, and so forth. Then after that, I will be midpoints to midpoints. Then I'll start slowly adding in more celestial bodies and points that I commonly use. Not just me, but also other magi astrologers or others individuals with similar specializations. So I'm just going to make some time modifications of the time frames that we will be looking at. We'll be looking from month start to month end. Um, we'll switch to charts just so you can see different outcomes for different individuals. Let's start off. Some of these individuals you'll see random charts pull up. In this particular software, I actually have a database of 75,000, which is where a good portion of the 110,000 is located. So that's essentially what I have, and I could put things to the test and research. What this software does, by the way, not only does it create AstroSignatures, also at times you may hear me refer to them as just algorithms as a blanket term. Um, these algorithms or the AstroSignatures, I can actually put them to the test with the 75,000 charts. So it does t-tests, which are distribution tests. It does chi-squares at times. It also has artificial intelligence built into it. However, the AI is built specifically to filter things down to where things can still work and function with the bare minimum of rules or programming built into these algorithms. But as I mentioned, these are just a set of rules that the software looks for. If they're present, it gives a score rating based on what is present, what is not. And each, I'll just kind of show you the algorithms in greater detail. Let's look at um let us look at Taylor Swift for now. So right now we'll be pulling up the golden transit. So these are the stable financial growth. Golden touch is sort of like the rapid financial opportunities. So like when you can make like the largest amounts of money in a short amount of time. That's sort of what the golden touch shows. So these are like when to strike if you're something that's a bit more risky. There's many other transits that I will be creating the algorithms for. One of them would be the yo-yo transits, which, as you can probably guess, from significant highs to significant lows, and vice versa, where you're very much in just nonstop, just going up and down, crazy type of financial like situations. There will be financial heartbreaks, business heartbreaks, and so many other transits, as I mentioned. Rags to riches. This is a sub Cinderella, and also with icon, also a sub Cinderella. So Cinderella alignments, which is generally speaking, it's the same set of alignments that are in these two algorithms, but they both have different scoring systems within them. So though they have the exact same alignments within them, they have different scores, and the reason being is because when it comes to Cinderella alignments, they show multiple different things, but intensity differs between planets and subject categories. So that's sort of why there's like subcategories for each one. But generally speaking, Cinderella alignments, they're the rags to riches like scenarios, as you can see here, but also as the icon like situations. So like being seen in your best light, opportunities for like some type of financial or starting point where like things can be uplifted to very much positive like standards. Another reason why these alignments are also referred to Cinderella is because at the exact same time, if there's multiple concurrent Cinderella alignments, usually, not always, but usually you're more likely to meet your soulmate or find the one you truly love during said alignments as well. Again, so that's sort of the reasons why it's referred to collectively as Cinderella. Because all those exact same alignments, different, though there are different combinations, they all do share that kind of like outcome. If we were to like really to sum it down to the bare bone. So, so those what we'll be pulling up. Fame, that's pretty straightforward, I think, and also super fame, that's also straightforward. For those who need just a little more specification, just in case. So with fame and super fame, the main difference is fame shows the conditions where broad visibility, attention, or public reach is more likely to occur, while super fame indicates rare conditions where historical, cultural, or even global scale recognition becomes possible. So, for example, like to some degree, it's like the viral things, but it's different from going viral in a small district or region compared to like the global like scale. So like the popularity with let's say BTS for example, like it originally started in Korea, but as soon as like the K-pop like introduction kind of burst, BTS became global sensation very quickly. And it was broken down to like multiple pretty much majority of the members, along with also when the band was officially the band or the group, whatever was the proper term for it, when that was officially nationalized, its personal transits also was dealing with multiple like super fame alignments. So as a result, BTS became very viral sensation throughout the globe in a short amount of time. Um, of course, there's the public idol, which that's pretty straightforward. Is one you're more likely to be like beloved by the entire population. So like conditions for public perception and support, useful for advancement, negotiation, promotions, branding, or improving compensation terms. Poorhouse, which I'll take this one out for now, and also take out money pit. But poorhouse, that pretty much indicates like which financial stability is weakened and the income net worth may be under pressure. Money pit, which is it represents an extended conditions where financial drain, inefficiencies, or unproductive commitments are likely if discipline is not maintained. And of course, pitfalls, which in short terms, it's pretty much delusions that were acted upon. That's pretty much the pitfalls. But generally speaking, if we were to go bit more broad in detail, with pitfalls, there are highlight periods where seemingly attractive financial opportunities carry hidden risks and should be approached with extreme caution. So, as I mentioned, like sort of like delusions or like a fantasy of what it may appear, but reality, it's not a great thing to be acted upon. If you act upon it, there may be some massive risks, sometimes very minor, but it can also, depending on the intensity, be drastically large. Also, do note the scores you will see once these will be pulled. Let's take out that. Take out financial evil. Take out delusions, though. Pull in public idol. Silver. Infamy is a very brand new one that I just created. Didn't update the name though. I'll do that later, but let's just pull in. So it's going to be, you're going to see this count number from 1 to 32. So it's just counting the number of days and calculating each date itself. And it goes by one. So like you're going to see that number increase each, starting back to 1 and so forth. And just be pulling up from there. So right now, as I mentioned, the scores are relative measures of condition strength, not the caliber probabilities. So essentially, the higher the score, someone the better the conditions of the likelihood, but it's not a guaranteed in the slightest. That's sort of the basics of like how this works and functions. So as each day it's counting, it's pretty much calculating how many points within each algorithm is present. And so it is giving a score based on that. Now, in the programming itself, or the rules that's set up, each alignment has a score or strength number. However, the conditions are set up in a way where the more close to exact, the more it actually reaches the true or the official number I gave it. The more close, the further from being exact, so the more less precise it is, the less of a score or ranking it's going to receive, but it's going to be a fraction of the score I gave it. So let's say I gave it a score of 60, for example, one of the alignments. And let's say it has to be exact. So it has to be exact to reach that 60 score for that one single alignment. Let's say it is about halfway there. So let's say about 1.5 degrees being exact, it's only going to receive the score of 30. So it's only going to increase as time as it progresses to being exact. So as a result, with these little spikes you see here, here, and there, it's because those alignments are hitting exact, or there's multiple alignments occurring during these peaks. Well, that's sort of how it's sort of designed. So as you see here, Super Fame and also with Public Idol is both relatively identical to one another as they're slowly rising in intensity or those conditions. Of course, here's the rags to riches. The icon. I was not paying attention. It's probably the exact same as here. They're usually close, as I mentioned before, like they're both the exact same set of conditions. The only difference is the different strengths given to them. But of course, that's really broken down to 4 main scoring systems that are used for these algorithms. These 4 algorithm or scoring systems is one for money making, one for recognition. There is another for love and another for sex. And I'm going to see if I can make some additional algorithms for compatibility. If so, those 4 will be very much present. However, there'll be some additional things like financial compatibility and also just general compatibility as well. So hopefully I can use those algorithms also to like filter through and identify some additional and also provide additional services Or like if you're interested in knowing if someone is probably the one for you, we can run through the calculations instantly and give you a positive or negative result and even identify what kind of relationship it would be overall. That's sort of the goal with that. But for the time being, this is just the main components of what the algorithms can do. I'm also in the process of creating the what's it called, universal alignments, so like you could see like what's going on each day astrologically speaking, what good or bad conditions are. So like if you're wanting to start something to make improve your odds, you know exactly when to do it. Plus you can also take advantage of your personal cycles to give you like the double edge like situation. So that's sort of the beauty of these algorithms. um okay, there's the icon. Yeah, so as you can see here, and as I mentioned before, icon, it's based on the recognition score systems, though it's identical in terms of what conditions it looks for to the rags and riches. The rags and riches use the money score system, but the exact same alignments as mentioned to icon. The super fame is obviously recognition scores that are used. Same with fame, super fames, fame, golden and golden touch. Those use the money making scores. And of course, the public idol. That's the recognition. So yeah, so this is a graph from where everything is. This shows the the alignments that are present within that day. Also, it shows me the exact degree. So as you see here, Helios and so like for Taylor Swift on November 1st, according to this, the golden transits that are present at that day is in her heliocentric chart. Jupiter is trine Pluto, and it's at 1 degrees and 4 minutes. The heliocentric transit Uranus is parallel to Jupiter in the heliocentric latitudes. And Neptune is parallel to Pluto. Transit Neptune is parallel to her natal Pluto in the geocentric declinations. Pluto is in conjunction or conjunct Venus in the geocentric viewing, and it's 0 degrees and 23 minutes from being exact. And as you can see here, all these different numbers or points are only fractions of the actual scores I have given them. As I mentioned, the more closer to exact, the higher it'll get to the true strength or score. So that's how this is designed. I do intend, once I have a bit more algorithms fully up and running, to provide where sort of have a system up and running where you can just like send me an order of sorts in advance, and I'll just generate the calendars for you, just so you can have an idea of what to do, when to pick days, and so forth. But we're in the moment, and we're just looking at Taylor Swift's chart, as I mentioned. However, that's um. So let's say if I were to select days that are ideal for Taylor Swift, for example, what days to be picking. So the days you wouldn't really want to pick would be the ones that are peaking, but of course, if they're favorable peaks. And it so, for example, the days you'd really want to pick if you were to, let's say, have the exact same time or born the exact same time or date as Taylor Swift, the ideal days will be the 11th, 12th, 13th, because of these peaks right here. And then it'd also be the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and that will be it for then, because this starts going down. And you would also want to pick the 25th, 26th, and 27th. Those will be the days to like really pick or take advantage of. You'd normally want to take advantage of the first 3 days of when alignment is being exact, or in this case, of the peaks. So, like, because of these 3 days, it's reaching the peak. The day after, not so much. Though, at times it can be very more beneficiary to do so, but normally you want to go for when it's rising, not going down. Now, if it's steady, that's not bad. As long as you have favorable conditions, so higher scores, you kind of get somewhat better, if not stable, results at the bare minimum. But now let's just look into like December, what will be her best days if we were just to focus on these alignments. So once they finish calculating, we can actually pick out what days will be more ideal. However, do know I'll be setting up sort of like a list of like general alignments, what each specialized calendar would be including at some point. But that's when I'm, of course, have more alignments set up and more algorithms set up and designed and so forth. So then, like, let's say you are going on vacation, for example, what day would be the best for you to like relax and have fun experiences without having to worry about anything dangerous occurring or financially ruining yourself somehow because of the vacation or something else of that nature. Um, but anyway, so far based on the days we can tell already, the days that if you were to be born the exact same date and time as Taylor Swift, the dates would have been actually the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, definitely the 4th, 5th, and also 16th, 15th, 14th. Those would have been the days to take advantage of the circumstances. However, obviously, this will be not completely a good positive reading overall. And why I say that is because the negative alignments are not present. If the negative alignments are very much present, then we can make a much more wiser decision if these days are truly are the best days, or some of them is like days that should be somewhat have caution or have a lot of caution if she was to do something on those particular dates. Also, with the negative alignments or dates and all that, we can also pretty much predict and identify what days would be best to have your head down in terms of looking at what outcomes can or cannot occur, what days you should be very cautious. So we'll just pull in individuals who would essentially need. So so right now I'm just pulling up alignments that be relevant for just like a general money success. Yeah, so let's say general financial success and all, nothing to do with fame or recognition. So normally everything in relation to success, at least through current studies and so forth, strongly suggests like financial points and so forth. So these are just going to be like her general best and worst financial days and also just general success. So if you just want to know like general success, these are the algorithms that will be pulled up to identify which days will be best, which days to be cautious about, and so forth. So right now we would be looking at her general like success, not in relations to fame, not in relations to anything else, just success only. What days should be best if she were to, let's say, release an album? What days would be best for a concert slash performance? If she was to do anything else of that nature, these will be the dates. At least if we were to look at this December only of 2025. I will not be showing January just yet because I sort of have that as a upcoming post January 31st, December 31st actually. So I won't be spoiling what that looks like. But if we were to, let's see, pitfall is at a complete 0. So no pitfalls for her. That's good. Poorhouse is also 0. That's really good, actually. Financial delusions, also flat 0. Really great, actually. So, let's see though. Upheaval, flat 0 as well. Very favorable. And financial upheaval. That's not ideal, but not the worst either. So, pretty much What is present? What alignment is present for it to jump up that high? Yeah, look at all the zeros. Oh, Neptune squares. So okay, that explains it. Yeah, so this one's gonna be very much long term, so it's just slowly building in intensity. Yeah, it's just the moment the alignment hits, it's just gonna jump to there. So if we were to reanalyze this now, if she were to natalize something the 10th, that would be more ideal. The 10th or even the 9th, those two would be ideal because this negative alignment would not be natalized. But if she were to do anything soon as it hits the 11th, then this negative influence would be natalized. But of course, it's on the slowest possible route, so it's not going to be drastically noticeable. Now, if it's reaching within that power orb or within what is like, as I mentioned, like a 3-day peak from it being exact, then obviously that'd be something to really be worried about. But since it's in its earlier days, it's not so drastically alarming. Now, I know I said I wasn't going to show January, however, what I have for January is not all these alignments in particular, so there's going to be some quote spoilers to what you'll be seeing or expecting by the end of the month, but nothing too like drastically large. Because as I mentioned, like not all of these alignments are present. Because I pulled up very specific sets of alignments for Taylor Swift. And see, Poor House is still on flat 0, so that's still good. Let's see, Money Pit still flat, so is Pitfall. Pitfall. Upheaval, that's flat. Illusions, that was flat. Okay. Now, here are the days that would be best for Taylor, along with also what days would be best for her to avoid natalizing anything really ideal or anything bad in this case. So obviously the 31st will be the best day because these three alignments will be reaching peaks during that time. So 31st of December, the 1st and 2nd of January will be good, followed by the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th of January as well, because silver will be reaching a peak around that time frame before it starts going down. So then all the way till about the 15th of January. But let's say if she wants to be more cautious, then caution should be about the 6th all the way to the 17th, where caution would be ideal. However, worst case scenario, caution should be starting around the 14th. And then after, once it's the 17th, perfectly fine. After doing so, because of this peak right here, this one will not be ideal. So the 22nd and 21st will be okay. The peak would be right here. So let's see, 28. So the 27th and 26th, those 2 days will be very good. But then the 31st of January will be good, and the 31st and the 1st of February will be also be good. That's how this will be read, of what days will be ideal, what days wouldn't. And again, this really shows the algorithm, well, what alignments are present and why they are given set scores. Let's look one more month ahead. So poorhouse, money, pit, pitfall, they're all flat so far. Financial delusions, that's pretty much dead flat. Upheaval, that is completely flat, that's good. And financial upheaval, completely flat. So when February comes around, we should expect that overall it's going to be a very calm, if not very ideal month. Sorry, I just accidentally hit a soda and didn't spill, thank goodness, but I sugared it up a bit, so that's not good. Yeah, I didn't open it yet, so I'm gonna let that sit a little further away from me for a bit. Anyways, let's see. So yeah, so the first, second, third, 4th of February would be very good. The 6th, 7th, 8th, also good. The 9th and 10th, good. Technically speaking, all of the 11th to the 19th is very good, but the really best days from those would be the 19th, 18th, and 17th. Other best time would be 21st and about the 23rd on to the end of the month. Those would be the good days overall. So overall, this month would be very good for Taylor. If we're talking about this general success. If we were focusing on something, let's say like love, that's obviously a different subject matter. But one more month, we'll be looking at March for Taylor Swift. And then we'll just get into probably Hassan or Kai Cenat or someone else of that nature. And honestly, I would add more streamers and so forth into this, but right now, this software, for whatever reason, it's not being right when it comes to new charts being added as of lately. Like, it'll be fine if I'm entering names and dates and so forth, but the moment I'm entering the location of where said person is born, that's where the software just becomes to the point where it just freezes and I cannot minimize the window. I can't do anything. I can't touch it, can't move it. Like, it is completely just frozen, complete multiple errors and so forth, to the point where honestly it's more ideal if I just reboot the entire computer, which I will not be doing that. At least not while I'm streaming, so. But yeah, it's been doing that for whatever reason. So like I need to figure out what's going on, because I know it's like I have a VPN set up, so I know it's that's causing the issue. And I had fixed and created like the what's it called, the 2-panel thing, where like it doesn't interfere with the software, but it still is interfering with it some way. So I need to figure out how to fix and rearrange that so that I'm not dealing with that issue. So that I can just add on every single one of the content creators I do have the charts of into this software and can make predictions for that. But the only ones I have charts for right now is only Kai Cenat, Hassan, Logan Paul, and Jake Paul. That's about it for the time being. And Logan and Jake were already in the database before I entered them into it. So with Kai and Hassan, it was a different date when I was able to enter them in. So pretty much all the way to the 6th, those are days are very positive and very good. Once it gets to the 7th, it's not that far. With the 8th, 9th, and 10th, those days would be very good as well. And then it wouldn't be till perhaps around the 29th, 8th, pretty much like the 29th all the way to potentially the 31st or the 1st, perhaps. But as you can see here, financial upheaval is very much present during that time, so that's why I say maybe. But let me just have this go backtrack a couple months just so things are a bit more good and I can show you, I don't know, probably Kai's best and worst days if we were to go based off of just these points, as I mentioned. Yeah, so the celestial bodies exactly what are used is the Sun, Earth, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Ceres, Pallas, Vesta, Juno, and Chiron. In both the geocentric and heliocentric longitudes, geocentric declinations, and heliocentric latitudes. Those are the only components that are used, and dimensions or viewings that are taken account. At some point, I will be including, as I mentioned before, the midpoints, and do note that is 113 midpoints that I will be including into the algorithms soon or later. And that's only going to be just when they interact with the planets or the asteroids and so forth that I mentioned. So that will be also known as, referred to as midpoint crossings when they interact with celestial bodies. After that, for the third update or versions, I would very much be including midpoints interacting with other midpoints and also the Magi quads. So that's a lot of different combinations and outcomes, definitely for sure. But they'll all be going to their appropriate algorithms. So it's very much doable because I'm breaking it down to multiple segments and so forth. So that's pretty much what I have in store. Yeah, as these algorithms are pulling up everything, I'm just going to mix up my stream just a bit, at least on the Twitch side. So that it's more accurate to, what I am doing in the moment. Mm. Yeah, that's okay. So still pulling them up. So that should be it for now in terms of fixing it, I think. Okay. I'm gonna go to December. Once this is done, we'll be pulling this up to November. And we'll switch on over to Kai. So once this is done, any minute now. Yeah, I'll probably show you the spreadsheet on which everything is based off of. However, I like to make this very clear. If I do that, the scoring systems, I actually had to convert it to the version that this software uses. And what I mean is, when it came to personal transits and stuff like that, they were reaching a particular cap of 300 as being the max number of influence and so forth. This software has a limit of a negative 99 to 99, while the other is negative 300 to 300. So I actually had to mathematically convert that into the 99 to 99. However, there's another interesting limitation about this particular software, which is when it comes down to heliocentric coordinates, it doesn't accept scores that are lower than negative 9. Like, it accepts negative 99 for geocentric, but not for heliocentric. And as a result, I had to delete a lot of my original algorithms that I was making because it's just not possible for me to have a full functioning algorithm if that was the limitation I am facing and dealing with. So it kind of took me a while to try to figure out exactly what to do for the algorithms. So as a result, I just sort of stuck with this, like everything is going to be completely separate from one another and everything's going to be in the positive range. So that way I don't need to worry about heliocentric coordinates or scores not matching where they should be, because everything is sort of like negatives is just going to be showing the intensity of the negatives anyways. Everything's just going to be separate. So that's sort of like the both the pro and cons of it, which is fine, but to some degree I would prefer it to be kind of all together, just so that like I could see where the average of like the true influence of everything taken into consideration would fall into, but it's fine as separate for now. Um, so once it's changed to November, we'll then fix this into Kai. Yeah. So right here, as you can see, it's counting each day and calculating each time, like, oh, what alignments are present, what alignments are not for each algorithm down the list. Yeah. Um. Lastly, when it came to like building and creating these algorithms, for universal transits, I kind of had to try to, at least to my best abilities, kind of like reverse engineer what the formulas were for getting them. So I sort of figured out, at least, or at least have an idea of like what planet has what kind of scoring and what category. So as a result, I kind of have a good idea of what kind of like power each particular alignment will have for universal transits. So once they are fully done, I will be including them. Have intentions to include like a best and worst, monthly calendar that are universal that applies to everyone. So like if you want to know what days you can really take advantage of from the universal perspective, you know what days they are. However, it also would be best for you to also get your personal transits, because universal, they only influence about 50% of your personal cycles and experience, while your personal cycles is the other 50%. So you can sort of get like the best of both worlds and get a full 100% knowing of like what days to pick, what days to avoid, especially like if you're looking for something very specific. So that's sort of the intent of sorts of what I'll be doing. So, but like I said, I won't be including that just yet, just so that you can have a more diverse set or specializations for choosing what kind of outcome you want. But let's pull up Kai and begin analysis. Yeah, I know it says Taylor Swift in the moment, but right now, yeah, it'll just take its time to calculate and change the name of who the graph is for. But as you can see here already, like if we were just to go based on this alignment alone, the best days already would have been the 9th, 10th, 11th, and also definitely the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 5th as well, because this high drastic peak just pops out of nowhere. Okay, so if we were to quote revalidate what days for him to avoid, it definitely would have been the first, second, and third. Those would have been best to avoid. But the 9th, 10th, and 11th, those would have been very good for him to take advantage of. And then around the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, those would have been best to avoid. But as soon as it's the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, those have been the best days for him to take advantage of. Then we get into December. So his best and worst days for general success would fall into somewhere along the lines of whenever it is ready. Let's see. So December 1st all the way to the 4th would have been Kai's worst days. Money pit is at flat 0, which is good. Let's see, pitfall also flat 0. Financial delusions, that's flat 0 as well. And so is upheaval. That's very good. Let's see. And financial upheaval is also very low, if not 0. That's also very good. So, with December, what we should expect with Kai is obviously the 1st to the 4th is his absolute worst days. But it'll be very slow and steady in terms of immense growth or anything stabilizing. So the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th are all absolutely best days. Second best days will be the 28th, 29th, and 30th. So that's what December has in store for him in terms of what is his best days and what is his worst. Let's see. I have some. Kai is another one that's going to be coming out actually very soon in terms with his calendar as well before the year end. It will be showing January for him as well. Kim, Hassan, Jake, and Logan, along with Taylor Swift, and also I want to say Beyonce. I want to say it was Beyonce that has her calendars popping up. Let me double check because it could be Gaga or Madonna. Who did I pick? Yeah, so Hassan is coming out tomorrow at midday in Arizona time. Kai will be on Monday. Jake Paul would be the 30th. Taylor Swift will be the 31st. And Beyonce will also be the exact same day at the 31st. And then I will be pretty much gone for 12 days from January 1st to January 12th because I have a series of not so very favorable days popping up. So, daily streaming, which is what I'm starting today to the end of the year will be doing, will cease to, will pretty much be on a pause for 12 days. But during that time frame, I will be obviously working on these and very much be like in observation like mode. So, but then I will return at the 13th, obviously, and start streaming once again. And it'll be daily once again. However, obviously, as you could probably guess, I'll be following these strands to these versions of the algorithms pretty much to a T in terms of when I will be streaming or not. So, as these get more elaborated, obviously, results will be results of me like streaming or not streaming would very much depend on that. But I may show you my personal cycles at some point so that if I am going to be gone for a huge series of random days, I'll show you why. But that would be the case in reality of that. Excuse me. But based on this so far, so for January, Kai Sanat's best days will very much be the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Gonna be pretty good. Although these are universal, not so great days, the first 4 days, they're not really that great, depending on which astrologer you go to. That is a signs astrologer. Like they vary, but will vary slightly every so often. But one thing that is unanimous overall is the first 4 days will be either days of caution or days where you may want to just not natalize anything. But for Kai personally, these are pretty good days. His other best days will be the 18th, 19th, and 20th. And then it will very much be 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and 28th will be his absolute best days. Again, for general success, that's would be his best and worst days. Let's be looking at February, then we'll be pulling up into March and stop from there. Yeah. Um, so from this database so far that I have put these algorithms to the test, I'll admit, like, obviously there's so many charts within this database that, like, there's some charts I have that I don't really know what or who they are or what they're for, but I very much have them in a database because it was given to me when I obtained this software. So there's some charts that I have that are like very old, and some that are really old. The oldest that I'm aware of that I have chart wise is King Henry VIII. He is one of the oldest individuals that I have in this database. I probably may have Alexander the Great, but as far as I can tell, King Henry is the oldest one so far. And if I don't have Alexander, I do have his birth data, so I can enter it into this software. Okay, let's see. So the 16th, 17th, and 18th is not so good days for Kai. And it's also the 22nd, 23rd, 24th. Might as well also make it the 21st as well. Actually, scratch it. Might as well just label it as this. From the 16th or even 17th, if you want to be very cautious, the 7th, the 15th, I mean, from 15th all the way to the 24th is days to avoid. 25th is perfectly fine. Or at least to have his head down for a bit. But let's see. The 6th, 7th, and 8th is very good days overall. If he wants to risk things or have slightly better results, the 21st and 22nd will be those days as slightly better days within the worst days. Be slightly better. Otherwise, it'd be best for him to keep his head down during that time frame. But once it's the 25th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, those days will be very good for him. Now let's look into March. All right, I did swallow there. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is interesting. First time I actually seen this pop up as a result. Okay. Like I seen this pop up once in a while where it looks like this, but I'm kind of used to seeing it like this. That's like I don't see this kind of outcome often, but okay. Obviously, these 4 days are very favorable because of that. Let's see. Those 4 days. These 3 days. These 3 days. These 3 days. Pitfall is a flat 0. And also, so is Poorhouse. Financial, okay, this one. This is, cautions to the winds, that's for sure. I would advise, avoid these 2 days over here at least. While these days are also best to avoid. Let's see, upheaval, that's also flat. Okay, this is... Okay, so for Kai Sanat, March, best days for him would be the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, the 16th, 17th, and 18th. Days to avoid would be the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th. Okay, so the 23rd to the 29th, those days will be best for him to avoid as much as possible, if possible, at least. At least when it comes to natalizing something important. And it seems like it's only going to get worse. Even to the next month. So the 23rd to pretty much the end of the month will be days of caution for him, especially with financial upheaval. So pretty much any and all things in relation to his finances can very much just be in a spiral. Well, that's what what I'm going to. God damn it! I should have. Okay, whatever. Yeah, God damn it. Okay, whatever. Nah. But so far as you can tell, like at least that's what I'm able to identify when it comes to Kaisenat's personal best worst days for the first quarter of the year. Let's see, what do they pull? Yeah. Um. Also, just giving you the heads up as um. Not too sure when I may do this, but I might have sort of a financial goal set up at some point, sort of to help me obtain some last few upgrades and so forth in terms of software. However, I can guarantee it is not cheap in the slightest. It is not cheap, but it will help with efficiency and so forth for the astrological research and testing and so forth. In fact, I'll just tell you what it is. So, one of the softwares, one of them, is a Fibonacci trading tool. It's strictly based on astrology. That's how it's designed and set up. So it's referred to as Astro Fibonacci. Trying to get this software also fully upgraded and up to date so that I could show and teach you Astro Fibonacci techniques and methods. I'm familiar with how Fibonacci works and so forth, but Astro Fibonacci is really not that much different, except for the unique little twist that we do for it, which is we include the sidereal orbits of the planets as an additional layer of Fibonacci like sequence. So if you're familiar with Fibonacci sequences, it's sort of based on like the numbers are divided by one another, and whatever you get as a decimal will be the percentage. So with Astro Fibonacci, we use the Fibonacci sequence, which is the planet's sidereal orbits, divide them by one another, and we get these percentages or decimal points based on whatever the planet combination was. So, for example, like we get the Venus Earth Fibonacci ratio, we get like the Jupiter Pluto ratio, and so forth, all these different combinations take an account, and we can actually see the percentages based off of that as additional indicators of when to buy, when to sell, when to hold on to like various stocks and so forth. And we've seen through like the years of like this actually works very frequently, actually very effectively as well. So that's sort of like how the Astro Fibonacci sequence like works. If you're familiar with typical, original, like perfectly fine, ordinary, traditional Fibonacci, Astro Fibonacci is additional layers of complexity, but more indicators to let you know the basics of trading. But of course, with the Astro Fibonacci sequences. It also includes Elliott waves. It shows like when celestial bodies they have various alignments when they go exact against the stalks and so forth. So you can see like when each stalk will either go up, go down, whatever the case may be. So that is the unique thing about the Fibonacci software. The other one would be Jigsaw that I'm planning or hoping to get. It does what Sirius, which is what you see here, does, and also what Fast Research does. But reason why I would want to get it simply broken down to the mere fact that they have different techniques and methods in terms of how they approach and do these tests. So that if I have, let's say, some type of theory confirmed through Sirius and also through Fast Research, I can use the Jigsaw to sort of like clarify if that theory is also replicated still through Jigsaw. If so, it's been tested and verified by 3 to 4 different methods. If the theory that I have is correct about what a particular celestial body has associations or strong relationships to. So just an additional tool for me to fine-tune and test. Also, interesting thing about what Jigsaw, it's also designed for family hierarchies and so forth in terms of that testing and research. So like if you, let's say like you want to have an idea when your child will be born, you and your spouses, what traits and so forth you inherited from your family, or what your traits and so forth that your child will pretty much would achieve or obtain either through you or your spouse or so forth, what would that be? So that's what also what Jigsaw is designed to research and test for as well. Let's see. So for Kai, oh wait, no, I changed it back here. So let's look at Hassan. Yeah. Also, there's additional software that I do plan to obtain. It's another trading software. However, I can also build neural networks and so forth and prediction models to create hypotheses and so forth and have that put to the tests with live market tradings. And also, of course, it does what's it McWriter's forecasting theory and so forth. It also has it programmed in to do so into it. Also has few of WD Gon's techniques, methods, and so forth, kind of programmed into it. It's called the AST3. Lastly, within my main astrology software, which you see me kind of hovering the name, astrogeometry, there's a couple last things I would kind of just want to have fully upgraded or available. I have pretty much almost everything except for this one tool and the interpretations for it. So this particular little upgrade is referred to as the Magi Wizard. So simple terms of what this thing does is it identifies the significant pattern of any chart, whether it's whatever pattern is the most significant for any random chart it is given. So whether it is a personal birth chart or a compatibility chart, or and let's say it is a personal transits, the software is designed this little feature is designed in such a way where it filters down to what alignment is the most significant for that particular chart. And the only issue is I need the interpretations also fully unlocked for it to work properly, because it pulls all those interpretations by a default. So if I get that, which will be the very last thing I need, I also need to get all the interpretations up and running, which is fine because I can, once I do get those interpretations up and running, I can see the astrological numerical scores, which is where I kind of obtained and figured out how to create these algorithms off of. I can kind of get a good idea how the Zodiac 5, the Zodiac 8 work and function, so that I can also program and even include the Zodiac 10 as well, along with also having confirmation of how midpoints function when it comes to personal and universal transits. Once I have that, I can easily, with confidence as well, mathematically include them into the second version of the upgrades, which is a lot more work, but I'd rather make sure that I have everything fully like available and ready to go. But that's sort of the goal. So now that once I manage to appropriately and properly sort of extract the necessary information I need, I may probably show you all that as well, and even show you the math behind it. But okay, let's see with Hassan. So November 1st is actually the absolute worst day for him personally. His personal best days, though, will be the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th of November. Also, his second best selection of days will also be the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And the 28th, 29th, 30th will be his personal best days for November. Let's see what December had in store for him and what remains from this month of December. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Mm, I don't see poorhouse, so it's most likely flat 0. Hmm. Oh, Pitfall pops up. Gotta be one of the retrogrades that would activated it. That's the only thing I could think of. Okay, so we have silver popping up as well. Let's see. Financial delusions, that's at a flat 0. Or at least close enough to 0. Let's see. Upheaval is at a 0 as well. And financial delusions is also at a 0. Okay, so obviously what this would mean is the 6th, 7th, 8th is actually his best stays. The 10th, 11th, and also the 9th. It's also a pretty good day, actually. Gains a bit more momentum around the 16th, 17th, and 18th. Let's see. The 22nd was not a great day. So it was the 23rd, 24th, 25th would be best for him to lay low. The 26th and 27th is actually pretty good. 28th, 29th is pretty okay, actually. Pretty good. And also, so is the 30th because of this alignment right here. 31st and the 1st, not so good, but not so bad either. So that's what December has in store for Hassan so far. Let's see what January has in store for him. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so 31st was a good day. So 31st, 1st, 2nd so far seems to be a good days up here. Okay. So let's see so December 31st, January 1st, and January 2nd. Those are his best days. His other second best days is the 3rd, 4th, 5th. The 6th, not so much, but the 7th, 8th, and 9th is actually pretty good. Be best for him to keep his head down during the 14th, 15th, and 16th. Let's see. So also be best for him to keep his head down during the actually be best will be relatively a mixed day actually for the 27th, but 28th, 9th, and 30th best for him to keep his head down. But things seems like it'll be better after that. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, let's see what's popping up so far. Pitfalls at a 0, so it's financial delusions. Poorhouse, I'm assuming, was also at 0. Because I don't see it. Upheaval, 0. And so is financial delusions. So actually, this is a pretty good month. February for him. So let's see. His best day will be the 1st, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, and the 12th. So then 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th will also be good. The 21st, also pretty good days as well. Other than that, everything is pretty good overall, but those are his best days. Oh, quite interesting. So poorhouse is also at a flat 0 still. Pitfall is also there, so is money pit. Financial delusions is also flat 0. So far it seems like March is also yet another good month for him. If not one of the best ones so far. Yeah, upheaval is also here. Let's see where financial upheaval is. Okay. That's where it's okay. So let's see. So the first, second, third, fourth will be his best days. The fifth, second, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth are his worst days. His best days again will be popping up at the 13th, 12th, 10th, the 11th, 12th, and 13th are his best days, then immediately followed by worst days, which is the 14th, 15th, and 16th. After so, every other day from there on will be pretty good and be building up towards a better positive influence for him. That's sort of what we should expect for him. No, 2025. I recalculate. I'm gonna be back real quick. Okay, I am back. Okay, you can hear me. Oh. So for November, oh, that's right. I just changed that. So now let's look into. Let's choose Miley Cyrus because why not? A little curious, what kind of accuracy do I have for her? Let me pull up her chart right now. Okay. Yeah, so with Sirius, it's kind of connected to the Astro database. So, like, whatever they have in the software is kind of what was transferred over into this. That's, again, that's sort of like how I was able to obtain such a large database quickly because the two are connected, or at least had worked together. Okay, well, can't seem to find the Astro database site, but found a site is just as good. What level of accuracy is it though? I should probably get the Astro database saved over here. Is this it? Here it is, yeah. Okay. Alright, saving the again. Copy. Control Z. Control V. Okay. Okay, so ILEY CYUS. Okay. Oh, so it's AA quality. Okay, so it's directly from the birth certificate. Collector Clifford. Clifford is this? Oh, it is. Okay. A little curious, how did he obtain this one? Sources on the 8th of November 13th. Reader pointed to an article on a website about an astrologer. Source from notes of Tennessee Vital Registry Office. Copy of file. Listening Hope Cyrus. On the community page, facebook.com/living from Miley Cyrus. The reader posted on 7th of March 2013. On Earth name, Destiny Hope Cyrus. Now she is Miley Cyrus. Heart. Okay. And that's how we were able to obtain her chart. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. So Miley's best days for November was the 4th, 5th, the 4th and 5th of November, along with also the 10th, 11th, and 12th. But 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th were pretty bad. But it also 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Actually pretty good. Scratch it. The 25th, 26th, 27th are actually the worst. Let's see what December had in store. And partially still do have in store for her. What the hell? Piffle, Jesus Christ. Was that the retrograde that activated? Okay, I'm a little curious. What triggered this? What the hell? That is okay. That is what was it? Hold on. Okay, let's go to Pitfall. Seriously, scroll down. Scroll. Okay. 19th, 20th. Heliocentric, Juno opposed natal Mars. Do I have it programmed twice in there? That would explain it. Okay. Helio, Juno. Okay. We're going to see what it looks. This is for Pitfall. Okay. I'll customize. Okay, and I'm looking for Juno opposed Mars. Okay, save changes. Okay. Okay. Recalculate. Okay, I think I know what happened since when I enter like lines of code for whatever reason, it will duplicate the record. The thing is, it wouldn't properly save it because I would be changing new conditions, and when I hit add, it replaced the previous duplicate with the new command or code, but it will duplicate the new one that I just created. So it'll constantly like be changing and updating that new duplicate. So I think when I saved it, it registered it twice. Or it didn't register it as like quote the unofficial duplicate that it creates. So as a result, I think it just saved it as is. So yeah, that looks more right. Instead of it you know, doing that. So let me just go in and double check to make sure that like that's more realistic. I just want to double check because that. Okay. Okay, that's more right. Okay, that's probably mean I need to go into each one of these algorithms and just double check later. Yeah. Actually, while I'm doing that, I should probably go in, customize. Head into 0.1, just so I know that I made that appropriate change. Okay, but now let's go over here. So the 10th, 9th, and 8th, those are very good days. So is every other day beforehand. But as I mentioned, 8th, 9th, and 10th, those are like the absolute best days, followed by 13th, 14th, 15th. And of course, the 16th, 17th, and 18th. Those are very good days. She would probably be best to avoid the 19th and the 21st. Those would be best for her to avoid. But after that, things will get more better and more calm after. But yeah, after the stream, I'm definitely gonna check each algorithm, make sure like there's no duplicates or the duplicate wasn't counted twice. Because if it was, obviously I'm gonna have to fix it. Which luckily it's a quick little fix. But I'd rather have it accurate than inaccurate, obviously, because I'm using this. It's like just like it, like if you decide to use and follow this algorithm to you get the best possible results. I too am also doing that. So that's obviously another reason why like I'm using like I need to make sure this is accurate to the fullest because I'm using it. So like not saying like I don't know how to. Like is this I want it to be a bit more easier to mainstream to like maintain and stream and like make better decisions. But sometimes like there's so much information where personally I feel like just a little overwhelmed looking at the charts and trying to like decide like, oh, is this a good day for doing this or is this a better day for that because X, Y, and Z and so forth. So as these algorithms get more and more better, obviously it's going to be more fine tuned in such a way where I don't have to worry as much. Yeah, that's sort of like one of the many reasons on why like I'm making this algorithm. Plus, it is more easy to look and absorb the information, make the decision. Like, should I wait this out? Should I not wait this out? Because sometimes I'm looking for like multiple things at once, and also, like I said, I get easily overwhelmed because I'm looking at hundreds. So, no, this only is a small fraction of what I take in consideration. It's better than nothing in a moment. And once I include, those hundreds upon hundreds of points into these algorithms, obviously it will be very more accurate, more precise. I can give more confidence in terms of like what I would suggest and recommend and so forth. And obviously, like I can easily rely upon these algorithms to be accurate because X, Y, and Z is present, and the algorithms picked it up. Okay, but let's see. Based on this, the first, the second, is actually pretty good. The third, definitely very good. Fourth is okay. Still very good nonetheless, but it's okay. But the fifth, sixth, that's really good. The ninth, 10th, 11th, really good. And then slowly from the 12th all the way up to the 26th, 27th is really great. And so it's 28th, 29th, and so forth. It's actually going pretty well. Let's look into February just to see where that is at. Just so we can make a better decision on what day would be even better or worse. Let's see. So potential candidates will be the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 13th, 12th, 11th. Hmm. Okay, let's see. The fall, poorhouse, over there. Okay, financial delusions, that's not good. Such a pretty stagnant peak. Okay, so the 1st of February, not bad, but not great either. The worst would definitely be the 4th, 5th, and 6th. But the 7th and 8th will be the best. And then immediately after would be the 11th, 12th, and 13th. Those are very good days. And so would the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, and also the 26th, 27th, 28th, possibly. I say possibly because I do not know how far this is going to reach in terms of peak. So let's see what March has in store. Okay, so poor houses at 0, rag to riches will be at 0 eventually. Money pits at flat 0. Let's see what else. Pitfall rises. Okay, that's not good. Let's see. Silver is pretty high. Honestly, I'm surprised that it surpasses golden. Financial. Okay, that's what I thought. So, the remainder of the month of February is actually pretty good then. Upheavals a flat 0. That's good. What else is present? Financial. Okay, this not great either, but okay. But let's see the first, second, third, and fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh is actually pretty good. The 8th, 9th, and 10th, those are her worst days possible. Let's see, things slowly begin to rise to being good, but it's still mixed. But once it hits the 17th, 18th, and 19th, those are her worst days still. The 20th, 21st. Okay, so the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd are her best days. Let's see, 24, 25th, 26. Everything's pretty normal till then, but once 28 hits, things kind of go a bit for the worse, but I just want to double check for sure. Let's just check one extra month for Miley, because let's see what the financial upheavals will be pulling up for her once it's done calculating. Let's see. It's almost done. Warehouse is 0. Financial illusion 0. Pitfall 0. What else? Upheaval 0. Financial upheaval. Come on. Wrap up. You're almost done. Okay. So the remainder of the month appears to be positive for March overall. However, the starting of April, that's when it gets worse. But obviously, it will stop around mid and kind of starts again around the ending of the month. Okay. We'll be pulling up one more person and look at how November, December, all the way to March will go for them as well. Hmm. Okay, well, let's see. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Okay. Let's pull out Lady Gaga because I was just humming one of her poker face. Okay, let's see. Oh my god. Let's see. Poorhouse is at a flat 0. Okay. Yeah. Um. So you'll see some bit of a spoilers a bit when it comes to Gaga, because she's definitely going to be one that'll be popping up in January in terms of a calendar for the next upcoming month. So when she pops up in January, it's for February. Obviously, it's going to be her and a few rather rich executive individuals. So the ones that I'm currently looking at in terms of like for showing you like what's going to go on in advance would definitely be like Bill Gates and also Warren Buffett. Just because out of all the executives, I feel like they're definitely ones that are a bit more in the moderate, not so bad, controversial type of ordeals. So, and like what I mean by that too is like I'm avoiding individuals like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, because let's be honest, they get into so many crazy things like almost nonstop. So I'd just rather not deal with that chaos. Okay, but so far, let's see. So, absolute best days for Lady Gaga would definitely be the 7th, 8th, 9th, the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. It would have been the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the 26th, 27th. Seems like 28th on to December would have been her best days. And pretty much no worse days. Interesting. What December had in store, and to some degree still have in store for her. Hmm. Okay, so Poorhouse slowly is rising. A little quickly, actually. Yes, a bit. So, definitely okay. Money pit is at absolute zero. That's good. Silver's pretty high. Financial delusions is flat zero as well. Okay, let's see. So the first half is actually pretty good overall. But her best days, without a doubt, is definitely the 4th, 5th, and 6th of December. And then it would have been the 22nd, 21st, without a doubt, all the way to, or from, the 16th. So 16th to the 21st. Or the 22nd, really. Then everything would have been fine once it reached the 26th. So yesterday, and everything's going to be relatively positive, especially during when it gets to the 30th on over to the new year. Let's see what January has in store for Lady Gaga. Jesus Christ, it's 4 houses. Fuck. Jesus. What is going on? What alignment she has going on? It has to be a series of them, because there is no way one single alignment can reach 100. Or even past that. I think I may have figured out where that one came from, too. It has to be a series of them. Okay. But overall, let's see. The first, the second's pretty good. So is the third. First, second, third. Those were very good days. Then, let's see. The next would be the 8th, 9th, 10th. Especially the 14th, 15th, and 16th of January. And then it would very much be the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th are the other best days. And also 28th, 29th, 30th are also additional best days. let's see if I would take that back. Especially when we take into consideration of where poorhouse will be at by next month. So February. Hmm. Come on, keep on pulling. Keep on doing the algorithm. Pull them up, pull them up. Okay. Let's see. Um. So. Okay, so the remainder is still very good. It's not till about the 5th, 4th, and 3rd. Those are the absolute worst days for Gaga. Other worst days would be the 10th, 9th, 12th. That would also mean the 9th, 8th, and 7th are also the best days present. And then once it passed, roughly the 14th, 15th, and so forth, is actually one of the absolute best days till the 27th. Then let's look at what will be going on for her at March. Yeah, so just going to continue on down. see. Financial delusions is at a low. Poorhouse is actually rising a little too alarming, actually. Um, let's see so far. Where is financial upheaval? Come on. Okay. Oh god. So from the looks of it, as we can tell, the 10th, 11th. So pretty much the 10th and 11th. And a little bit of the 9th. Not so much, but 10th and 11th, without a doubt, is the absolute good days. Once it starts hitting towards the 28th, 27th, 25th, 6th, 26th. Yeah, 26th. Well, kind of 25th. So 25th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are her other best days. The remainder is very much questionable, but that's what March has in store for Lady Gaga. Okay. I think that is it for now in terms of showing you at least the capabilities of the algorithm. We will look at the geometry now of some of the charts and then probably call it a day after. Once this pull up finally. Okay. But yeah, once the algorithms are a bit more well defined and I make that final adjustment, I'm going to, while I'm pretty much gone for 12 days in January, I'm going to be working on hopefully getting some more personal transits up and running and also at least get the main 10 to 15 success algorithms and recognition, both recognition and money making related subjects up and running for Universal so that I can start producing and giving you all like a heads up of like every single like month or so, like a month or two in advance, like, oh, the best day for so and so, like this day is here and so forth. So you can like have a better chance of like improving your odds. So far from what I can tell, at least from my personal algorithm for the universal, since the only thing I have is golden, it looks like an overall pretty okay year. Not the absolute best, but not the worst either. It's like there's only like 4 or 5 days that had like zero, like within 2026 so far, like based on my current algorithm, there was like only like 3 or 4 days that had like an absolute zero in terms of like golden transits present. So that's actually pretty good odds. Pretty good odds. But like I said, I'm gonna include everything else. So like what I say right now may not be relevant, or it actually may be a lot more worse. But so far, based on that one algorithm, everything's looking pretty okay, nonetheless. But we'll see. We'll definitely see once I'm done with those algorithms. I'm hope, like I said, I'm hoping to be done with them probably before the end of the year, but realistically, it's going to be somewhere within early January, at least with one or two of them. That's at least what I'm hoping for. At least one or two. Okay, let's pull up. Yeah, and like I said, like all these points you see here, that's literally just all the points that the algorithm takes in consideration. So kind of just showing you what is up. So like what we've seen in terms of like all the points on the other system. Now you see I had up for my personal chart. Yeah, all those points are not being taken into consideration, though I do use them. But all you see in this software, what it pulls up automatically, that's all that's being used and viewed, or at least taken into account when the software gives the scores. So obviously, like I mentioned, like once I get to like the fourth, I'm going to add in maybe like 5 or 10 additional celestial bodies, and just like 5, 6 maybe realistically, 5, 6 celestial bodies interacting with all the other points. Then I'll be just repeating the process of just like slowly adding in more and more to the point that eventually it's up to speed to like where I'm using everything that I actually use. Even points that like I have the capability of using, but I unfortunately don't have all the time in the world to take it into consideration. So the algorithms will be built and designed to take in everything into account. So that I can give you the most highly accurate possible determination of like what's going on. Yeah, as you can see here, I'm also slowly collecting creepypastas, birth charts, because, well, in all honesty, let's be honest, despite them being old, they're slowly making waves coming back, so I might as well be tracking them to see what days, like a good Sonic EXE game would be coming out, or a game that included Eyeless Jack or Jeff the Killer and so forth, or a storyline. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, really. So, if you're a little curious on what all these creepypasta charts are, where I obtained and located, like what's considered the chart, um, for creepypasta, something like creepypasta, for example, the primary chart will be whatever's the first concept release date. So, whether let's say for Tiki Toby, for example, his first primary creepypasta chart would very much be like his first character reference sheet, because that was the very first thing that ever popped up in regard to Tiki Toby. Immediately following after was the story. Now, I'm well aware, technically speaking and realistically speaking, according to the creator, Tiki Toby is no longer part of the creepypasta franchise or stuff like that, but they renamed him, so they gave him a different name. So technically speaking, from the astrological viewings, not legally, I'm not talking about legal or anything like that, but I'm just talking from the astrological viewing only. Like technically speaking, that's a new character. So it's not Tiki Toby, it's a different character. So Tiki Toby nonetheless is still, quote, remains, despite what the creator may have wished. Now, if the character has still kept the name, if the creator has still kept the name Tiki Toby, then yes, realistically, Toby will no longer be creepypasta, at least from the astrological viewing. But again, if we're talking about like the legals and all this other stuff, like obviously that's a different story. That's a different story, different viewing. What I say would pretty much be nulled. But from the astrological perspective, that never really happened, so technically Toby's still in there. Technically, not really. But nonetheless, but for example, let's say the individual Slenderman, what was his chart? Well, like I said, the very first charts would be whatever was the very first concept of them. So for Slenderman in this case was the infamous like children in the was pretty much like I want to say it was the image of him standing and you see all these children sort of like just walking on the street. If I recall, that was the very first image or concept image of it. The second one was obviously like you see Slender Man standing next to a tree, and there's a bunch of children like sort of like standing, sort of like sitting, staring up at him. While like he's in the farther background. There's just a shadow figure. And with Sonic EXE, his first concept was actually the video game. Believe it or not, the first Sonic EXE game. And then it came to a story and so forth. With Ben Drown, I want to say it was the story that was first, because I know the videos came after, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. But nonetheless, it was one of those two things that I got the most oldest chart for. So that's how his story came about. Same thing with the Jack. It was either the picture or the stories, one of those two things, whichever one that was popped up. And Mask and Hoodie, it was based on the Masked Man, obviously, from the Marble Hornets. I'm well aware that's not creepypasta, but let's be honest, it's been looped into creepypasta who knows how many times by how many individuals. And the same thing with Hoodie, or the Hooded Man. And with X Virus, it was the oldest chart that I could find, which is like one of the very first drawings or digital paintings, whatever it was. It was a concept. It was like a sketch or something like that. Anyways, you can find it on DMVR, and that's the date and time that I was able to obtain from that. Nonetheless. But yeah, that's essentially how, if you were to like obtain the astrological charts for creepypastas, that's what you want to be doing. And not just creepypastas too, but also like if you're, let's say, doing D&D characters, for example, yeah, so like with Once Upon a Witch Light, episode 1, 2, and 6, these two characters were very popular from The Legend of Evantress. They sort of just popped out of nowhere, and these were the very first introductions that they had popped up with. Chuckles the Clown was actually was made up on the spot, and during this campaign, and it was like during around like 20 to 30 minutes within the campaign. So I was able to tame the timestamp and so forth for that. So I have the exact moment when Chuckles was born. The exact same thing for Torbeck. I was able to obtain, know what stream exactly, along with also obtaining the timestamp of sorts. From when it streamed, when Torbeck was first mentioned, which was his very first voice. And it doesn't matter how many times that Legend of Ventress they revise him for any random campaigns, or they decide to bring him back into the same campaign once in a while. The fact that these two pop up ever so often, not just in one but in multiple campaigns, these will be the primary charts of where they pop up. And for D&D characters, it's a little more different because with D&D, it's role playing, so the very first words that are spoken, those are the quote birth of that character. So obviously for Chuckles, it was his very first words. Same with Torbeck, the very first words or sounds that they made. So if you're looking for something like that, that's also a different situation or case of how to identify and obtain those astrological charts. So, and I technically do have the charts for the re-envision or reimagined version of Peggy, the frog wizard, and Bitsy, the mouse herbalist, from Legends of Atris as well, but it's from their Uproot campaign. And it's both of those has its exact same chart, exact same time. Only thing is they're minutes apart. Because obviously that's how the characters were introduced. Now, technically speaking, with Peggy, she is much older, but she was reinvented during what came to their new version of root, or in this case, uproot. So that's how come Peggy has technically two charts. She was revised and reimagined, and that version of Peggy was what was staying. While the first version of Peggy sort of just withered away, technically. Why I say that is because if you were to watch the original, like up, the first root campaign, Peggy was an engineer, and she had like a tool slash manual book on how to build things nonstop. But in the Uproot campaign, where Peggy was reimagined and redesigned and so forth, she became a wizard with her workshop book slash manual book on how to build stuff became her spell book. And so she, quote, does magic, but with stuff that she invented and created to create magic. So, like, for example, when she does Fireball, it's literally just a Molotov cocktail that she just throws and explodes. That's just like some of the things. Or let's say Mei-chan, so you know, like things disappear, but then it reappears like, oh, I have this. It's just her using her tongue to get it and pull it up into her hands. Or she, quote, goes invisible by taking off her clothes. And the list goes on of like things of what Peggy she does as spells. But obviously it's not magic or spells, but obviously to what Peggy how she explains things and all. That's what it is. But that's like the whole difference things and like how those different charts came about. So let's look into 5 people's charts. I mean, unless I have any other random charts and how I was able to obtain them. Oh yeah, so no, this is not a person. I thought it would be a good example of like another unique chart of how I was able to obtain it. As you can tell, this is obviously the Wonderful Wizard of Oz book. So how I am able to obtain this is actually through the first publication date. Now, with times of days, normally with books, they're usually released in multiple countries that speak the exact same language, unless in some cases, not always, but some cases, the book is translated to multiple languages at once and is released in every single country that speaks and reads in those various languages. But in this case, we do not have, I do not know exactly what country was, quote, the first country to obtain the Wizard of Oz book from what I could find. So as a result, I can't say there's official release date time within this date. So the closest that we did is midday for the United States in terms of its location. So exact midday. This is the chart for that because that's the best time I could got that I have at least. So since we do not know time, we will just take out any all time sensitive information or not take in consideration. So the moon by default will be ignored. So any alignments with the moon, so such as it interacting with Neptune, interacting with Ceres, or even with Jupiter, that will be ignored by default. However, the only part of the moon that would be taken consideration would be the moon over here in the declinations. Why? Because within the longitudes, it moves 13 degrees in a typical day. In this case, it could be 9 degrees over here or 9 degrees over here. We do not know because we do not have a time and date, so that's already in question. However, here, the moon in the declinations move about 1 degree per day in declination, so it's going to stay the same no matter what in terms of the day. So we can confidently at least use it over here because it doesn't move that much. So that's sort of like how these points will be viewed. And since, again, this is the publication date, so the 1st of September, 1900 is when The Wizard of Oz was published. And actually, I have a copy because it also has the birth chart of the author actually in the book. Which, let me just grab it real quick. Here it is. So, the Penguin's classic of the book. So, it has like a lot of fun facts and information, like the information for the author's birth data. Not too sure. Hold on. Yeah, so you can see he was born May 15th, 1856 in New York. So I have that information to where I can actually cast his birth chart. But let's look at this book the chart of this book right now. So we'll be focusing on the sun interacting with Juno, Pallas, and Uranus. So with the sun, it shows the general essence of the chart. It shows like a true essence, the characteristics, what's known about the chart. With interacting with Juno, Juno is associated with dreams and fantasies, which this is a fictional book. Fiction, fantasy. It's not fake. It's fake. It's not real in the slightest. So therefore, this is a fantasy book. So that's supported by Juno. Pallas, because this was an organized book, though, or organized, select sort of sections, organized in a timely like manner. And also, it is square Uranus, but nonetheless, Uranus is essentially a very popular or globalized or heavily globalized beloved story or book. So this is heavily globalized book. That's also pretty much very efficient or comes in the right timing. So the popularity of this book comes at a perfectly right time. So obviously this book obtained a movie and so forth. In fact, multiple versions and variations of films. Let's look at the Zodiac 7. So it's interacting with Mars and also with Chiron. Chiron is also highly noteworthy. So very super successful and very famous book. And again, interacting with Mars will cause the use of violence, or it has this type of like ego or like don't push me around like mentality is kind of in there, because obviously the violence, a house falling onto a person, the violence of someone getting melted by a bucket of water, other violence of getting attacked by flying monkeys, running away from, what's it called? Yeah. I'm trying to find what the hell these things are called. Yeah, Kelly dads. Yeah, so Kelly dads, which they kind of look like tigers. But they get chased by that, and obviously, as you could tell in the book, the Tin Man, or as it referred to as the Wood Man, chops down the tree that they're on, and obviously they fall to their death. But obviously the violence from that is also very iconic, very pretty much noteworthy. Because what do you think when you think of the Wizard of Oz? You probably think of one, the Yellow Brick Road, but also you think of like the melting of the Wicked Witch of the West. You also think of the flattening of also the Witch of the East. Now, in the heliocentric viewings, let's see, Earth is interacting with Vesta. So, in other words, this is a very friendly book overall, or very likable book. It's also interacting with Uranus once again, which again is a very popular book or immense popularity. So again, immense popularity and very much a highly likable book and or story, which nonetheless, and also Uranus is also parallel to Earth. So again, heavily positive in terms of like Uranian popularity, very much a global success, which nonetheless, obviously, this book is without a doubt a heavily famous book to the point it's a classic nonetheless. Has many iconic films and many spins off. And of course, as one can imagine, obviously it was the primary inspiration for the infamous book series Wicked, Life and Times of the Wicked Witch of the West. Which, by the way, that's also a pretty good book to read as well. Well, those are just some of the things that the book shows. Hold on real quick. Just going to be taking some screenshots real quick so that if you would like to reference these charts again at some point, you can. Lastly, let's go over this pattern though, which is Pluto, Mars, Jupiter, Ceres, and Venus. So Jupiter, Pluto, this is opposition, so not so great, but it is nonetheless a not so ideal but okay super success alignment. It's not an enhancement though, so expect a minor helpfulness. But success in relations to Venus, so that's a golden, not golden, it's a silver alignment. And Venus is also trine Uranus, which is also silver, so the equivalent of 2 power. So that's just equivalent to 1 golden over here. So Ceres is interacting with Pluto, and which is 1 golden. With interacting with Mars is not golden, but powerful nonetheless. So supercharged energy, very competitive story, or competitive with the energy and stories. Very much supercharged with like war, tyranny, politics, essentially. Because let's be honest, this book is political in its own ways, not completely, but very minor. Also, Ceres is interacting with Venus, and this is actually pretty much like a golden alignment. And also with Jupiter, this is also kind of like a golden alignment as well. So we're seeing amplifications of like very successful, very noteworthy, very lovable, very supercharged like financial success as well. And nonetheless, no one can really argue that this book is nonetheless one of the most biggest like money making like stories out there nonetheless. we'll do 2 more charts. I know 3 is not a lot, but due to how long I'm streaming, this is the time of that. Let's look at Wicked since I did mention it. Oh, that's right. I need to add in a few more unfortunate charts of misfortune. Anyways, so we'll be looking back at Wicked. I have the book. I have the book of Wicked, but it's kind of like a little too far into a pile. I kind of don't want to take it out. So we'll just leave it as that. But where is the Earth? Okay, well, we'll look at this pattern over here. So Venus, Vesta, Pallas, and Earth. So as mentioned, this means this book is actually very charming or very like cooperative, very attractive to the populace. A book that is very likable because Vesta's interacting with the Earth. This book is also very much considered to be like very much like about like the concept of politics, at least to some minor degrees, because Vesta is somewhat related to politics, not 100%. It's more like the trade unions. It's like working cooperative capabilities. It's of like the nonprofits and stuff like that. So kind of politics, not so much though. If it is political, it's very like minor, soft, very friendly components of it. Um, when it comes to Pallas, it's interacting with Pallas. So in other words, this book is heavily organized or well thought out, just like the Wizard of Oz. So that's the whole component of Pallas being involved. It's interacting with Pluto, as I mentioned. That is with politics big time. It's also about power control, very super successful, and many other things of that nature. It's not really interacting with anything there. Ceres, this is also a supercharged thing. It's more about business and success instead of cooperation or anything else of that nature. So well, those are just some of the patterns of these 2 books so far. Um, for the last book or story, really, not too sure why I said book. Well, actually, I know why, but let's just check. Let's see. I need to add in more books, that's for sure. Let's use this event in history. Recalculate. So, this situation, it is actual, as you can see here, it says the Eel Riot. And this is an actual historical event that occurred in, in Amsterdam. the Netherlands. So, little quick history of situations. This particular event was considered illegal at the time, and from my understanding, it still is due to being animal cruelty. So, this started off with what is known as a fun game that was going on in the city known as eel tugging. So, it was considered a very fun event, but again, it was illegal because of animal cruelty at the time. Um, so, what it is, you are on a boat that is upside down going across this little like canoe where a eel will be tied up on a rope and you have to pretty much tug it and pull it off the rope. If you do that, you win. If you don't, well, better luck next time. But this was considered a very fun event. And during this particular eel tugging event, the police decided to, once they found it out and heard it, they actually cut down the eel while people were trying to have fun pulling and tugging this eel off the rope. And obviously, this caused a huge riot and actually had quickly escalated to people not only being pissed off at the police, but also they started hurling like pots and pans, pots filled with dirt and flowers and stuff like that at the police from like buildings and like windows and stuff like that, even above them, to the point that they kind of called in reinforcement. And this went on for about like a week or so of like things just escalating to the point like where the military was called in because there was so much people like attacking and harassing the police officers and even attacking and like ransacking and so forth of the police stations and all because of this particular event. To the point, if I recall correctly, about 22 people were either injured and or unalived because of this eel being cut down. And yeah, it was. And in European history, this was known as one of the most deadliest, dangerous events and scenarios of police brutality due to how drastic everything had escalated in such a short amount of time. But yeah, this all started because of people just wanted to tug a eel. The police intervened it and just went downhill from there. So this is one of those rare occasions of just chaotic history at its best, or worst, whatever you want to view it as. Very not ideal, nonetheless. But let's Pluto, which is so the Earth is interacting with Pluto. What this suggests is a day in relations to politics, or in this case, upheavals, without a doubt, endings and new beginnings. Interacting with Juno, so Juno is of delusions, it's of dreams, fun, festivities, glamour. So, like, the glamour festivities will be cause, or in this case, like delusional upheavals of sorts, or festivities is what's the cause of the upheaval, and this alignment pretty much shows and identifies it. Um, the Earth is interacting with Mars, so very much like quote a war likelihood of was breaking out, which obviously police brutality was very much it. Um, if we were to focus on this alignment altogether, Venus is interacting with Pala, so pretty much an event like a unification of event or planned series of events. Um, Venus is interacting with Jupiter, so this is super successful. So, and also interacting with Uranus, so like politics is also at play, unfortunately, in this case. Venus with Vesta is being squared, so this is very disastrous ability to work together or to like come together at peace of sorts is very much not likely to occur. with Saturn involved is very much dampening, if not worsening everything. So like anything in relations to peace and also like skill planness or like negotiating or talking or logically going through things wouldn't been playing out at its finest. If anything, it was been the absolute worst thing that would have outcome that would have foreplay and obviously, people losing their lives, that's obviously was one of them. Um, let's see. The sun is interacting with Venus, so again, a day that was like very attractive or very much filled with fun and festivities. Um, Pluto again, so like upheavals, the politics, or a day that became very much political or had political like influence. Uranus again, that's another politician, or in this case, erupted changes of immense upheavals coming into play. Jupiter, though a day of peace, is also separating, so its influence wasn't that strongest at that date. Um, Chiron interacting with Ceres, so this day was definitely probably run or had some relations to do with business or success or something was very supercharged. In this case, Uranus was in relations to revolutions or changes. Without a doubt, obviously, like it did have some positive changes after, but not in the most ideal fashion either. Chiron was interacting with Jupiter, so very successful or very noteworthy supercharged fame that could come out of it. Juno interacting with Saturn is very much a heavily delusional day or destructive fantasies, like fantasies or festivities being obstructed to the point that it's heavily like ruined essentially. Or fantasy of what was like very good, obviously that's being shattered. And now with the sun interacting with Vesta, but it's separating. So again, like a day that was probably meant to be very fun, very friendly, obviously didn't end up in that manner. But yeah, that was the ill riot that occurred. You know what? We'll do one more chart and that's it. We'll call it a day. So let's look at. Um, we'll choose this one. It is a politics, but I think this one is actually pretty noteworthy for so many wrong reasons. Um, what's referred to as the Nixon shock, also known as the dollar detachment, the gold window closure. For those of you who do not know or probably would like a little refresher, this was actually an announcement that Nixon himself actually had proclaimed that the U.S. will no longer be basing the U.S. dollar off of the gold standard. So what the gold standard was pretty much like every single U.S. dollar was pretty much supposed to be like a certificate of sorts. of how much gold one would own, essentially. So, like the dollar was actually a certificate of how much or of a percentage of gold that you own. So it had value to be backed up. So whenever, economically speaking, it would be everything be stable because everything's measured in terms of gold. The dollar was equivalent of that. So why things were much more cheaper back then was not only just the politics and many other things that were in play, but also like the dollar actually had some type of value that it was based off of. The Nixon shock was, at the time, was considered a quote temporary situation of where the U.S. is no longer going to be using the gold standard to have type of value to back up the dollar in the event of like bankruptcies or anything of that nature. Instead, what the dollar will be going is off of what we now do, like the paper currency, like how much money we were printing and so forth. Is this to make the rich more richer? Is very unstable. There's many other things that were like coming at play. Now he said that was temporary, but obviously that was known to be a massive lie. But nonetheless, this was known and referred to as the Nixon shock. And at the time, many people, when they were hearing about this, wasn't really too fond. Not really like not fond, but definitely was a shock to many U.S. allies and even like those who weren't allies, but they kind of did rely a bit on U.S. like based currencies because everything was backed by gold. So this was like the massive, drastic shock that was definitely going to ruin the U.S. history in some way. And even if you were to look at like economic like issues and so forth, a lot of it was very stable till you see the years where the Nixon shock did occur. Then after, to all the way to current, where you see like all these drastic issues in terms of like currencies and so forth, starts getting out of hand and very much heavily chaotic. And it can all be sadly traced to this particular date where the Nixon shock fully came into play, and every event that could have prevented it after essentially just failed and it just accepted the fact that the world no longer be using the gold standard for currency. So this was the date, and obviously Nixon's to blame for that, at least in that instance. But at the time, it wasn't really, people didn't really gravitate or comprehended how much of a shock that would have been. And as you can see here, Earth is interacting with Chiron, so this is a very noteworthy day. Mars is interacting with Chiron, so very destructive like tendencies or supercharged. Then Mars is also interacting with the Earth, so this strongly suggests that this day was like very much like a shocker. It was very much like impulsive driven, even. Chiron is contraparallel to both Mars and also to Saturn. Saturn is the day of destruction in this case. So obviously destruction of the golden standard, obviously, of the gold standard. So obviously an end of a financial like era. And also Mars was pretty much like of a war towards that financial like era, because Chiron is also a financial celestial body. We can also see here Pluto is interacting with Saturn. So again, politics at play, but in this case, a very destructive political move. It is destructive in relations to long-term finances or long-term financial issues can very much be occurring. So, and again, this destruction was something that was actually heavily planned or was thought of because of Pallas being present. And Now, if we were to pay attention to this huge pattern over here, this we can rely with the moon because I have it timed to when that announcement was made, which was around 9 o'clock p.m. And as you can tell, it was at Camp David. With Sun interacting with Juno, this is a day of delusions, lies, and deceptions, because obviously the announcement was supposed to be, quote, a temporary change of the U.S. currency for the time being, but obviously that was a complete lie and deception all around. And obviously for like one's personal gains, or in this case, Nixon's personal gains and so forth. Vesta, so is interacting with the sun, so something that's appeared to be friendly or supposed to be like interacting or cooperations was very much at a low. In this case, Juno is also squaring Jupiter, so again, the realistic dreams. So Jupiter, when it interacts with Juno, it's supposed to be like realistic dreams, or it brings dreams into reality. In this case, it's a dream being chased that's not realistic, or a dream that's not really helpful, or help from cooperations and dealing with others is not really at its greatest. With Pallas, again, this is a destructive plan or a lie, though probably there was help initially from other corporations and groups and so forth. Unfortunately, didn't match the destructive components, unfortunately, of what was to come from this lie and deception in regards to how the world will be functioning in terms of finances. Pallas is also interacting with the moon. So in other words, this was probably an event that was triggered, like post was a lie that what essentially nurtured or helped out with the one's emotions of the world and so forth, or was mentioned in emotional, so to make it sound genuine. However, obviously that was again a lie nonetheless. The moon interacting with Pallas, so not Pallas, with Pluto. So again, like this was in relations to one's distinct or essentially like potentially like political like obsessions or policies in relations to like businesses and finances were obtaining some type of success. Because again, with Pallas over here, so like immense success of an execution of a plan, or political success of a plan being executed of sorts. However, obviously this was a very destructive and one that's based on lies. And that political success can be somewhat supercharged or have long-term financial inclusions that would be very beneficiary for the 1% essentially, because Pluto is interacting with Jupiter, so that is essentially like millionaires, billionaires, and so forth. Long-term financial success because of Neptune being very so much successful, and again is interacting with Pluto, which is politicians, the millionaires, billionaires, and so forth. So a very ideal alignment for them, but very much very destructive in terms of the long term, because it's a lie that's being told, and obviously this went downhill from there. So that's just the unfortunate alignments, what they could have indicated. With Saturn quadruparaling with Jupiter again, so like it's very much like a heavily destructive like polarities of like help is trying to be present, but destructive tendencies are also present as well. So could be helpful, could be destructive. It could have went either way in either direction. And also Neptune is separating from both Saturn and also with Jupiter, so it could have gone either way. With Pallas and with Mercury interacting with Uranus, this meant this was like a global change in relations to news. So the news was very much like immense change or a shock in this case.
immense news. Was also like something was planned. But yeah, so these are just some of the many um, patterns that could have been found, and just some of the interpretations. Like it's all very negative, unfortunately, especially like once you know like how things escalated and so forth. But nonetheless, this is what the chart had potential for. Um, I wouldn't screenshot this for now, but probably later at some point I would. Till then, I hope you enjoyed the stream so far, and hope you hit follow, like, share, and so forth. Till then, see you later. Bye.